1A. I don't think so. What is that? Just 5 pixels. What are with these weird sizings? Those aren't our sizes. Please have an electric leaf blower picture. I don't think they have one. Can't even use it. Oh no, I didn't want to do that. No, 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 no. Oh. What is the email associated with this? Is it just me? How about no? is. Oh, it's. I feel like we use things somewhere that I want to do on this page. Oh, it's a column a bit. Yeah. Crap. Well, let me just copy the row. And then we bring it over here. There. Oops. Make it only 2. Height is auto. Oh, I see why. There we go. Oh, here we go. Source tag. Show only specified users. Blocked users. All right, let's try this. Well, it didn't work. Sorry, I'm messing with bot settings here on the chat. Getting sidetracked from actual work. Okay. Do not show bot messages. Well, that took that away. Okay, that worked. Now what if we take the host one off? Be right back. Gotta use the bathroom. We got a lead on the on our website, so I have to call this lead. I'll shut the door real quick. All right. So somebody in Georgia. They've got a website. Does it say who built it in the footer? Usually the old agency has like their signature down here or something. So the first thing I do when I look at websites, if somebody leaves a form fill on our website for as like a lead, the first thing I do is I go to their website and just look at it, like where are the easy opportunities? Or how confident am I when I call them that if we take them on as a client that they're going to see results with SEO. So they got lawn maintenance. Okay, so what is this? An H2, which means this is probably their H1. Yep. Well, they have two H1s. They have both that. So I already see like pretty heavy potential here. Because their H1 doesn't have their location in it. It's just the service that they have. So this says spring and autumn cleaning. It doesn't say like where. And also spring and autumn cleaning isn't what people are actually searching for regarding this service. A lot of content though. If they had an SEO company before us, they're probably a content-based SEO company. Okay. Well, this feature looks like it's built on WordPress. I didn't even look for that, but I bet I can. Holy crap. It doesn't look like it, actually. Very similar WordPress plugin that looks like that. Let's go to whatcms.org. And let's toss their site in there. Oh, that URL structure is awful. Duda. All right. Well, they're going to need a website build because we don't work with Duda. So I know I have to go into the call with that. Okay, it just goes contact page, contact. They have 3 links to the contact page. 4. Employment. Okay, it's like I'm kind of soft quoting their website now, so I can just be prepared on the call. So let's see, pruning. That goes into maintenance. So we can have a lawn maintenance, landscaping. Let's count this out here. Okay, so we've got drainage, lawn care, and pressure washing. See how far their aeration, no, their irrigation goes to. They do irrigation and drainage. What does that mean? So they install, do they install sprinkler systems? Seems like it. They just say irrigation repair and maintenance. I'm guessing sprinkler systems, but I don't, oh, there we go. Yep, sprinkler heads. Like irrigation in the landscaping and lawn care industry could be anything. It could be like French drains or channel drains or berms and swales, things like that just move water. It doesn't have to be a sprinkler system. Okay. Commercial landscaping, it looks like they do the exact same stuff, just with the commercial in there. Projects, just a gallery page, useless. Reviews. They're just pulling him in from Google, probably via plugin. I want to know though, because it's Duda, and I know nothing about Duda. Okay, they have no page about like where they service. They just list these towns here. So Okay, what's the cost here? We also wanted to put commercial landscaping. Four of the pages here are included in our standard build. It's another, I think, $250 per page, so 4,500. They have a employment page, which would be 5,000. Okay, so now I want to double check that this is all the pages that they have. Yeah, it looks like it. So they're like, their website's only targeting this one area in Georgia. At least their page titles are, but they're they have like this the second location listed up here. So I don't know like what actual location they want to charge or they want to target. Okay, we're gonna call them. Hey Trevor, this is Jake with Evergrow Marketing. I saw you had filled out a form on our website, so I just wanted to reach back out and see if you had like 15 or so minutes to chat. But whenever you get a chance, give me a number or give me a call. My number is 913-300-0902. Again, Jake with Evergrow Marketing at 913-300-0902. Thanks. All right, did not connect. That was an outbound call. I'm just going to log that. And then when they leave leads like this, and I call and I leave a voicemail, then what I do immediately is I take their email, just the email, I send them an email, and I always do RE:website inquiry. So regarding website inquiry. And I strategically do that because part of me thinks that they might think it's like one of their clients responding to a website inquiry that they left on their website. I could be wrong, but I usually have pretty good response rates on this. Hey Trevor, saw you had just filled out a form on our website a little bit ago. Give you a call, but had to leave a voicemail. Feel free to give me a call back whenever you get a chance. Thanks. Okay. And we send that to him, and then I'll flag it, but I'll end up just deleting that because I don't really do that much follow-up. Which is probably why we have really good retention rates, because people who want to work with us just work with us. Like, they want to work with us. I don't have to like push for the sale or anything like that. So he just left that form submission on our website like 30 minutes ago. I tried to call him back, he didn't answer. Left a voicemail, sent him an email. I bet he calls back in like within 15 minutes. We'll see though. It's not the end of the world if he doesn't call me back. I've got a ton of stuff to get done today. The biggest challenge with like leads coming in who already have existing websites is wondering if they will accept your price when you tell them that you have to rebuild their website because you're not familiar with their CMS. But like, frankly, I don't want my team to deal with a website CMS they're not familiar with. I'd rather our operations just be seamless and smooth. Back to designing these web pages. All this looks good. Everything down here kind of sucks. This empty space is dumb. I hate this. All this space up here. This is a useless section here. Delete that. It does kind of bother me that this is the benefits of 100% electric maintenance, and then it's just like a text thing. I feel like it should be like a bulleted thing. I have an idea. Let's do this blurb and we'll drag it down here. And then we will change this to be left, like that. We'll also change the text. And we will go to the default settings for that. Wait, what? Yeah. Body text. Oh, did I change it up here? No. That doesn't make any sense. Okay. Let's change this. Let's do... Oh, we gotta change the title text to white. Oh God, now this formatting looks terrible. Oh, there we go. That looks better. And then can I put some spacing between this? Image icon margin to the right, maybe like, oh nice, there it is. Let's do 30. Let's do, now we can copy this, drag this down. I think if we copy the module styles and paste them, there we go. Emission free. Why is that like not aligned? Still looks like it's good to go. We'll take it. Oh, I have an idea for this that'll make it more engaging. Let's do, so we have to size this at 100%. Gotta do the same thing here. And I assume then we need to have no column gutters. There. And then the spacing, the margin on this section has to be 0. And then the row has to be, 100. There we go. So then on hover, we want that like that neon-y green. I think it's here. Is that, I think this, it's in this button. This might be a global element though, so I might not be able to get that green here. Yeah, doesn't look like it. Okay. I get it from a different page though, like right here. just pull it from the code. All right, so if we go here and then we go to the columns, background, we can do on hover. We can change it to this. Okay. And then on when it's not on hover, it's like that. Okay, and then we're gonna do the same thing to this. Don't worry, this will make sense. It looks ugly now, but so on hover, do this, done. Go back, column, background, on hover, change it to this. Great. And then, so it has no background. When it's just normal, it's just taking the section background. So we're gonna take the row, the spacing, we're gonna do 0 margins and 0 padding, and it's gonna like squish everything. And we're gonna size the padding on the columns instead. We're gonna give the margins on the columns. So if we just do like 40 pixels on both, let's do 50. There. And then we would do it on all 3 columns. So if we extend item styles to this row, there. Now, if we hit save, and we exit this, hover should give us these effects here. That's cool. I dig it. Oh, sorry. Okay. Going back to here. So the spacing literally just because of the sizes of the icons that are used. So in order to break this up and make it look more natural, I think we're gonna have to go to spacing, just maybe add some padding between them. And we're probably gonna wanna add those to both. There, looks a little better. Except this needs to see some spacing to around the image, the icon here. I thought I added this, but I guess it didn't work. There we go. And I did 55. There, now it's in line. And I checked this on mobile too, and it looked fine. Or on smaller screen sizes. Oops. Yeah, it's still in line. Yep, that's fine. The image is funky, and we'll fix that, but... in fact... Okay. I don't like this image here, but... Let's look like on tablet. On tablet, I don't like that this is like a whole viewport. But on mobile, it's probably the same. Yeah, so we'll probably just create like a mobile-friendly section. And then what to do about this section, or it gets super weird. Was it just it's just tablet that makes this look really weird, I think. No. It's when you're on a smaller screen using 2 different... Or when you're, yeah, smaller screen. can shrink these. Probably be a little better. Wait, do we have, I bet equalize column heights is selected on here. It's not. What happens if we do it? Does it get weird? It still does. How do we solve for this in a way that doesn't involve any code, because I don't want to put any code on the site. All right, so we have I think at the breakpoint of like 1450, I want it to just go in like a single column, or just hide this really. Hide this image. Let's do that. So if we do this and I go to this, no. I'm trying with the AI code and seeing. I bet Gemini will help me. Let's do Gemini. Let's try this. Let's go to columns, advanced, custom CSS. Let's put that in there. Oh, it worked. Holy crap. I bet I could figure this code out. I bet I could say like, here, I'm not even gonna have Gemini help me. I'm just gonna write it. Let's do advanced custom module. Oh, it's for the text. I want, yeah, it's gonna have to be that way. So for all this, I could just align center. Not sign custom. It didn't work. Why did it work for the other one, but not? Or it didn't. It's saying it didn't, but it did. Something about this is pushing all the fields to the left. It's not a text alignment thing either. Let's go back to this. Why is this field not centered? No, I think the easiest thing to do actually is just to, I don't know about the easiest thing. Yeah, the simplest thing in terms of my capability. Just come back to this. And just do display none. 14, like for the whole thing. Like take what just happened. Delete that, and then add it into the actual row or whole section. Didn't work though, or else it would have disappeared. All right, we're just gonna redesign this section because I'm not comfortable putting that live with that kind of formatting. Or what if we actually made this like wider, like we did 1920 by 80%. No, it's the opposite of what I wanted to do. Damn it. Alright, let's just move this. Let's just delete this. I hate these images that are formatted this way. And we'll just convert this to 1. We'll change this back to what happened here. Why did this just go up like that? Stop. I think that's fine the way it is right there. I think there's something else I wanted to do here too. Oh yeah, this was like on mobile. This got looking real funky. Like, well, first this here needs a little bit of spacing. Whoa, what was that? Oh yeah, that's what we needed. Okay, the bottom, I don't know why it's 125. We got a bit of excessive spacing here too. Doesn't need to be there. Whoa, okay, hold on. There's something else that's what is this? Just like a random. Okay, now our spacing is back to normal. Okay, so I don't like this section here on mobile and tablet, so we're going to change the visibility to disable it on mobile and tablet. And then we're going to go here, and what we're going to do is create a new section with 3 columns. And we're going to do the same thing here. So we're going to take the background of this, and we're going to style it the same way. And then we're going to bring the elements here. Yo, what's up, Marcus? What are you up to? Except it's annoying that my messages aren't pulling on the screen right now. Oh, did you do some research? we just need these to be cards. So actually I want this section to be who works with businesses. Also, what is going on in my chat? Like, it's not rolling up at all. Something's wrong. Oh, I bet it's just not connected to YouTube. Hold on. Says it's good to go. Hey, Mr. Friend. Thanks for following. How you doing? There we go. Now we got it coming in. Oh, weird. Your VOD search engine sass. Thanks. Yeah, the overlay, it's honestly just template from like, I think like owned something from Stream Elements. I spent like very little time working on that and more I'm just like figuring out how streaming even works. Oops. Mr. Friend, where'd you come from? How'd you find me? Where am I going? What's up, Stream Hub? I guess that is this your first? Wait, is this your like first business? Are you like? Tell me more about your VOD SaaS. What are you doing with it? It's a lot of big words. Like, what's the word I was going to use? Like syndication. Just like syndicating VODs to multiple platforms or something. Are you vibe coding it? You can be honest. Yeah, but for real, the first business is definitely always a grind. No worries, man. Let me know when you're back. I want to know more. Oh, no worries. I said, are you vibe coding your bod distribution SaaS, or do you like know? Like, are you using just like LLM tools to build it? Sweet. I'm glad it's not me because I want to know how to fix it. Man, these are just too big. Yeah, when I first started this agency, it was a grind. It was just like we started 2019, officially started, or 2017 is when I started doing this, and it was just working every day. And then I partnered with my business partner now, but in 2019, and we both had full-time jobs. And I still put in probably 40 hours a week into this. And then I didn't leave my full-time job until 2024. Right? No, 2023. Yeah, so I actually Well, one, I used the Base 44, which is the vibe coding platform that Wix owns. That's pretty good. And like even if you want to finish the thing like with actual developer stuff or developer knowledge and implementation, you can. But just having like the initial aesthetic of it just coded within like 8 hours of just playing with it, it saves so much time. Oh yeah, and then like regarding the VOD thing, like one of the things that I have this stream set up to do is just automatically import into Opus clips, and then Opus will scan it for me and find clips in it that it might think are actually decent. I haven't gone through it yet to see how good it is, but it's better than having to rewatch it all. Yeah, Base 44 is. It's good for like simple things, but it gets pretty like it struggles to fix simple things sometimes, and it ends up causing bigger messes than the fix was. Have you played much with Opus? I think Opus can do that. Plus, it's an automatic sync to from this stream to Opus. Is this not? Oh, there we go. It's the max width. I think we want 70% there. We want to center this. How? That's my biggest gripe with Opus is that like you can't. There's like the editing capabilities aren't like super great. But yeah, Opus clips. Here, I'll show you. This is Opus clips here. So like, I wonder if I'm already signed in. Hopefully. Am I? I don't know. Yeah, so you can do it based on like a YouTube link, which is what this is doing. Is like as soon as I get done, it like looks for my streams in YouTube, and then it loads it in. And then if I click into this project here, it has like the clips that it's auto-generated. And then I have to go into each one of them and edit them, decide if they're actually good or not. All right, Marcus, thanks for joining. Can't wait to see your email. So, okay, yeah, so I am working on, a client had us build like a ton of website pages, and they're like a long-term client. Usually we charge for these, and this one I didn't charge for, and we built them out over the winter and early spring. He finally got around to it, checked them out, realized he didn't like the look of it. He said they honestly don't look very good. So this is something that I kind of turned over to my team to handle, but like no one in my team, let me put it this way. The person that I turned it over to on my team isn't like, a strong suit isn't design or web design. It's content, editing, troubleshooting, things like that. And although some of the stuff was passable, this needs like a little bit more TLC, and it needs a little bit more of like a design touch. And so I'm just going through and I'm modifying the page to have like a better flow and theme to it. And then I've gotten to do this to like all these pages here. So everything you see like a colored tag next to, everything that's everything that's green and everything that's green and yellow needs one. And so I'm just getting the first one done, and then hopefully I can take some of those elements and just duplicate them across and make it a little bit faster. But I've spent a ton of time on this already today. Oops, we gotta go up here. Like my biggest problem is like this is not aligning this module center. I need to know why. Oh, module alignment. There it is. There. So like granularly, what I have been working on is this page here. This section here, it looked really dumb on mobile. So like it ate up like the whole viewport when you convert it to like a single column. So what I did was I hid this column on mobile and tablet devices. So whenever it went single column mode, and then once you go single column mode, I changed them into cards, except one of these cards is missing for some reason. It must still be hidden. So like this would be mobile here. So now it looks a little bit more smooth and it doesn't take up the entire viewport. Okay, so why is that missing? I think it was this one. Oh, there we go. It's supposed to disable on desktop. Okay, so now I need content here. And that's it for this page. Then I can take a break from this task. Holy crap. Emails. Thanks, man. I don't really think I do. I'm not a big developer and I get really picky with things. I'd rather just hire it out. But at the end of the day, I just know, I just have a feeling of what my clients wouldn't like, because if I look at something and I go, I don't like that, then I can probably play with something long enough to figure out how I would like it. And so this is taking me forever, man. I've been working on this for 2 hours almost. But yeah, I would like to just hire a designer. The problem is we don't have web design work. We build all of our clients' websites and we have 50 of them. But as far as design work goes, all those client websites are built off of templates we designed. So if we hired a designer, they'd only be doing really two things. One, looking at building new website templates, which they wouldn't be doing full time, because once we have a good template, then we roll with that for a while. And then two would be when requests like this come up, which they really don't that often. They're pretty infrequent. So it's just one of those things that falls on me, because I think I just put a little bit more care into it than some of the team, which is fine. It's not their. I did not hire them to be designers. Okay. Gotta put that on do not disturb. Yeah, for the most part, I just hang out here and do work. Just kind of ignore chat until something pops up. But every now and then, someone will ask me something, and I'll have a hot take on it, and just go into detail on what I'm working on or whatever. But I think the last couple of times I've streamed, I've taken sales calls on stream. Oh, I just saw this here. Yeah, kind of. That's like, I have a business partner too, so we're 50-50, and we have, with him and I, we have a team of 5, so it's him and I and then 3 other team members, and one of them is full-time, 2 are part-time, but basically, so just to describe the business model, we have a super productized service. So it's Google Ads, SEO, just kind of digital marketing in general, but like really focusing on those 2, specifically for landscaping and lawn care businesses. So if you ever come on here and I'm working on a client, it's landscaping and lawn care. The web design and the web dev part of it kind of just comes with the territory of marketing. If you're going to do marketing and be successful at marketing, you kind of need to be able to do some web design and development, because people are going to come to you and not have a website, or they're going to have a bad website, and in which case, if you offer marketing services that kind of rely on a website, then you're kind of out of luck. So web design, SEO, Google Ads, that's our primary core thing, and then with landscaping and lawn care. But what that allows us to do is be extremely like conveyor belt assembly line. So when we get a new client and we onboard them, we don't have to figure out like their market. We don't have to figure out their keywords or figure out how their website should be designed. We just know. We have so much data. We have so much anecdotal case studies of like, this works, this doesn't, this works, this doesn't. On top of that, when we design our processes for like documentation or just how to do something in general, it's streamlined. So we have a process for everything and a piece of documentation for everything. So we can literally hire someone off the street. And as long as they have like a basic understanding of how a computer works, they can follow the documentation and the procedures, and they can literally work on an entire client from onboarding to website building to like SEO and Google Ads, and they can just do it. There's some things with like Google Ads is a little bit more intuitive and you can't really like document it, but for the most part, we could bring anybody in here and have them become marketers. In fact, everybody we've hired has never had any marketing experience. We've only hired like college level freshmen, basically. Content. Oh, what's up, Brandon? Thanks for joining. I just saw on LinkedIn. I think I saw it. Did I see a post from you on LinkedIn? I can't remember. Recently. I could be wrong. Where did I? Marketing product starter kits together. You mean like or like how did I learn to productize all this stuff and just like build the product and sell it to what it is? Is that what you mean? Oh, Brandon, we're not even connected on LinkedIn, dude. Here, I sent you a connection request. Yeah, productization isn't like a new concept. A lot of companies try to do it. They just do it wrong because like they're like the service does X, Y, Z, and that's what we deliver, but they don't like have like a methodology for how they deliver that for every single client, or every single client they deliver it to is like there's like some variation in it. And the fact that there's variation in it in every single client is not true productization. How we learned it is basically just dissecting what it is at its root cause. We just took like, how does a factory produce the same thing over and over and over again and get the same result? Apply that to marketing. So a lot of like what our packaging is structured on is basically understanding our clients. So we know that our clients are landscaping and lawn care businesses. How do our clients get their clients? And like who's the most in market people? And generally speaking, like the most in, like, I guess the easy example I can do is like plumbers. Plumbers don't do well on social media because nobody needs a plumber until you need a plumber. So like, how do plumbers get customers? And it's usually when people have an issue and they need to call one. So they search for that. So we're like, okay, the best service for us to offer literally to anybody that should work is SEO and Google Ads. Those are both search-based products, and let's deliver that. Then we have to understand like what is, like what are some drawbacks? So if we only offer SEO, what's a drawback to that? Well, if we only offer SEO, in some markets, it can take a long time to rank. And so if we struggle with keeping like client retention for longer than 3 months, they're never going to see kind of the fruits of their labors until after they're gone. So, okay, well, what if we bundle that with Google Ads? Because if we bundle the Google Ads in the first 3 months, we can just pay to be the top of Google. And while the SEO is working, we have those things bundled together. So that's how the productization of what we call the foundation, which is our entry-level package, is bundled together. Now, when we implement anything new within the procedures, we always ask ourselves, like, is this unique to this client, or like, can this be duplicated to all clients right now or tomorrow or whatever? And if it is, what's the level of effort? How much effort is that going to take? And is that going to draw labor resources that aren't adjusted for? So another example is we charge $650 a month for basic SEO and Google Ads management, then plus ad spend. So in that $650, that management fee, how many hours are we going to spend internally on that client? If we spend 100 hours on that client, we're making like $6 an hour. That's not feasible. If we spend 1 hour on that client, we're making $650 an hour. So somewhere there's an equilibrium in which you should spend a certain level of time on a client each month, and like what your internal hourly labor rate is. So we use the number 150 for our internal hourly labor rate. That tells us in that productized service of SEO and Google Ads, we should be spending no more than 4 hours per client. Then you have to, it's kind of like circular reasoning here. You have to come to a circular conclusion. It's okay, so if I get 4 hours at my price point and I go back to what I'm saying I'm offering, can I achieve that in 4 hours? Per month, right? So if the answer is yes, you've got a productized service. If the answer is no, you either need to adjust your pricing or you need to adjust the deliverables in it. You need to bring the deliverables down or adjust the pricing up. And that's usually the problem that most entrepreneurs have, or especially agency owners, is like they want to offer SEO or like whatever the marketing package is. And usually what I see new entrepreneurs doing is they charge $750 a month, $500 to $750 a month, like, because that's under $1,000. That's just a lot lower of a price. But the amount of time they're spending on a client is like 10 hours a month. And if you're spending 10 hours a month at $500 a month per client, that's $50 an hour, which sounds good from like a full-time salary perspective. It's actually very bad from a business perspective, because in the simplest terms, $50 per hour means that nobody at your agency can make over $100,000 a year, including yourself. So as soon as you start scaling up and now you have payroll and then you have like operating expenses and taxes and everything like that, I'll give you an example. Like we have a very high payroll. We have I think our payroll is like 70%. That's intentional. We want to pay our team well. Profit, we'll just say, is 15%. So if we were operating at $50 an hour, technically every hour that I worked, if I was a solopreneur, scaled out would only be 15% of 50, whatever that is, 7.5, and that would be terrible. So like if you're trying to build a business or like build an agency or build, in this case, your SaaS product, it's a little different for you because you have a different model. But if you're trying to build a service-based business, it has to be, your man hour has to be priced in a way that you can grow with it. If it's just you, $50 an hour is fine. That's freelancer wage. In a SaaS, it's a little bit different. Now you can just pay whatever, you can charge whatever the market is willing to pay for it, and then just like ship it out a million times. And there are SaaS companies that are like 3 people. Local Falcon is an example. I don't know if you know SEO much. Local Falcon is an SEO GeoGrid tool. There's 3 people in that company, and they do over like $5 million in revenue. Hold on one sec. Sorry, my cat was being annoying. Yeah, everything is based off of labor hours. Like everything. Even if you don't charge that way, if you don't know how much your company is making per labor hour, you're in a bad spot. Labor and time is the only finite resource that we have, technically speaking. This company can make as much money as possible. Like, we make infinite amount of money, but there aren't an infinite amount of people in the world that are going to work for us. And even if we had all 8 billion people in the world working for us, all 8 billion of those people only have so much time in a day. Everybody only has 24 hours. So your business has to know it's how much money it's making per hour it operates. Is there any end goal for the agency? Not for me. I think for Cody's got an end goal. I think he'd be happy like selling it and cashing out. Maybe maintain minority ownership of it. But Cody's changed a lot in the last six months. And so I could see us getting to 6 million in revenue and then Cody being like, let's keep it going. Just depends on how much he's involved and how much of the things that he's involved in he likes or enjoys or doesn't like. For me, I just like running and owning a business. There's a lot of crap in it that like I don't like doing, but the fact of just controlling my own time and being in the position that I'm in, I enjoy. So I'm not sure if I would be happy selling it. I think I just want to keep growing it as much as I could. I think getting to 8 figures would be really cool. 10 million. It's really weird. I can't remember who said it. Was it? It might have been Jeff Bezos. Very similar philosophy. It was never dreamt of being a millionaire, or maybe was it Gary Vee? It was probably Gary Vee. Never dreamt of being like a millionaire or a billionaire or like ultra wealthy. I just dreamt of doing better all the time. That's kind of how I see it. Like I just want to do constantly better and be better, and then usually success and like that end goal follows it. Speaking of my end goal, Brandon, how's your agency doing? Has you still in the lawn care niche? Also? I haven't been in the Facebook groups like at all. All right. What the heck? Oh, it did work. What the? How poetic. My keyboard sounds so different. Like there's a video on my YouTube channel of me like cleaning it. It's disgusting. It looks like a keyboard I found in a hoarder's house. And then now it sounds way different. But I only got this out of peer pressure because back when I was living in Kansas City in like 2018 or 19, my roommate had the same one. I think it's too clicky for me. I wish it was like a deeper sound. Oh, mine? Wait, this one here? This one? That was a buddy I know named Charlie. Cody and my partner and I, Cody, went to... And we worked at the same marketing agency back in like 2015 together. And then he built that, or he made that. But my company, Evergrow Marketing, like my actual agency, this is our agency here. This is our logo, so it's really just a leaf plus this. Same situation. So a guy I worked with at an old agency, Mitchell, he made that, and he didn't charge a ton. I think it was like $100 or something like that for this logo. There's also a service. I don't know how strapped for cash you are, but there's also like services like it's Penji. Is it Penji.com? Or is it Penji. Hold on. It is Penji, I think. Pricing. Oh, it's expensive. Yeah, it wouldn't be applicable for you, but this is basically like graphic design on demand. You pay like this one price and you get a ton of, so you could basically create like a white label graphic design agency and then just use Penji to get all of your designs and then resell those to clients. But regardless, I don't know. I think if you used AI, that'd be fine for a little bit at least, but I'd probably get like an actual artist to design you something. If you've got like $100 or $200 lying around that you can invest in. I think our agency growth podcast logo behind me, I keep forgetting where it's at. That was a lot. That was probably closer to like 500. But that had a lot of revisions in it. Where are you located? What? I assume you're in the United States. What state? I was also going to suggest that you could just get on Fiverr, or what's the other one? Fiverr, or I can't think of it. Upwork, that's the one. Yeah. Thanks, Brandon. Did you? Oh, good. I'm glad. I was asking you before you went to go play Marvel Rivals how your agency is doing, and if you're still in the lawn care industry. Oh, nice. Why pursue the SaaS model, like over like continuing to do like web design? Yeah, Brandon, you're young too. You're super young, so you got plenty of time to figure out what you want to do. Do you want to stay in the marketing space, or are you more playing around with like the niche, or are you just looking at something totally different? And then Mr. I was gonna say the only thing that I would consider, like from an outsider's perspective looking in, I'm always like hypercritical of my friends' business models, but like I would consider who your competitors might be. So like you have Opus Clips, and Opus doesn't have, they have competitors. Like Descript is another one of Opus's competitors. And so I think unless I'm missing something, there might already be some competition out there for that, unless you have an actual service element to it rather than just a SaaS element to it. I approach things with like sometimes the Shark Tank mentality. That was like a 90-degree turn there, Brandon. Okay, so you got an internship at a real estate company to do their ads. You get really good connection with the owner of the real estate company, and now you're looking into M&A because he said raising 300 to 400K from his network wouldn't be hard. So what's he? Are you gonna like partner with him and become like an M&A firm or something like that? Is that where that's headed? Yeah, man, shoot for it. I know nothing about M&A at all. We had David Tobin on our podcast talking about M&A like 2 years ago. And I still remember emailing him like a year ago, just like really simple questions. It'd be cool to be like get into that field, like because you're selling your business. That'd be cool. But I don't have a huge desire for that. It's crazy, like, to think about too, is like buying $1 million business, because like we're not too far from that at our agency. And like, it seems so weird to me that somebody would want to buy this, because I'm still like, Cody and I are still heavily involved in it. And if you buy it, then we're no longer heavily involved. And I think that's due to like a lot of the success. And we have way more procedures and documentation than most agencies we talk to. So like, I don't know what other assets they'd be looking for to make sure that this stays profitable. But when we were doing like, I think we were doing like less than $250,000 in like 2021. it was like less than 200,000 probably. We were approached by Real Green, the lawn care and landscaping CRM. They wanted to buy us. They wanted to acquire us and then basically employ me and Cody full time. That was a no. But they did that. They actually did do that with, I don't know if you're familiar with LawnBot or SalesBot. It's a Real Green thing now, but that used to be like the guy who owned it, his name was Kendall. That was like his thing that he built, and I remember talking to him before that happened. And when Real Green approached us, they talked about that, and they're like, "Yep, Kendall works for us. Works for Real Green full time now." I'm like, that sounds awful. Like, I did not get into business to build a business, only to be bought by a business, and then work for that business. I know that's weird though. Is like, I don't know. I haven't run into a lot of like $1 million businesses where like the owner isn't operating still, because like $1 million is not big. It's still pretty small. Hey, Black. What a cool short name. Dude, I don't know where to start with that, honestly. Like, I gave you the corniest advice in the world, which is like, make sure whatever you do, you love to do it, because you have to commit to it. Brandon, how old are you? Like 19? You see? I remember you calling me at what you were 17 or 18, I think, when you first called me. Yeah. Yeah, Mister, that almost sounds like like an SEO service kind of thing, or like education resource or something like that. Like doing more than just clips, but like what else? What else is there? I would just make sure that whatever you build out, like let's just say it is better than what Descript or Opus has because you have like a service component of it. Just make sure like you're not going to get crushed as soon as they decide to offer that. That would be like my biggest concern. Also, Black, I always kind of like throw caution to the wind when someone is as young as you wanting to start an agency, because usually that means you or they, I don't want to call you out specifically, but that means they have like fallen into kind of like the YouTube school, Facebook guru trap or Instagram guru trap of like the guys selling agency courses or SMMA courses, and they don't actually have an agency and they never really had a successful one, and they can't like prove it or verify it, but they're selling courses on it. And like 9 times out of 10, like these guys are like total fraudsters. And so like, as far as like how much money you can make in the space, it can take a while. Like I started my agency when I was 25. I'm 32 now. And I don't think we'll hit 1 million this year, but we'll hit 1 million next year. So it can take some time. It takes some dedication, but there's an Earl Nightingale quote that I really love. And this is another piece of advice that you can have. And you should write this in a notebook and put it under your pillow or something, because it's my favorite. I can never remember the quote off the top of my head, but Here we go. Never give up on a dream because of the time it will take to accomplish it. The time will pass anyways. So time's gonna happen no matter what. So don't give up on something because you think it's gonna take too long. Yeah, that's what happened to Brandon. Or Sparky. He got sucked into the guru mentality. Yeah, but the difference, Brandon, though, is you were actually smart. Is like when your friends got sucked into it with you, your friends dipped because it was taking too long or wasn't working, and then they went to crypto. And then where are they at? Right? Like you're talking about M&As with a real estate company owner. Like maybe the agency space is like gets you involved in like the real business world. Like if you do it legitimately, that's what like another piece of advice I guess is surround yourself with like legitimate agency owners, like ones that you can actually vouch for, not just like ones you find online. So like even take what I say with a grain of salt. And like if something sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Yeah, every one of these agency gurus is just teaches you to be a middleman, and middlemen are the most useless people in this world. That's a pretty good quote. I like that. That's a sick quote. Yeah, and it's weird too. Like some of these gurus put so much effort into creating these courses and like building these sales funnels, and it's all short-term gains for them. Like they're gonna make, hundreds of thousands of dollars in like 6 months, but then it goes nowhere after that because people start to realize that the courses are full of crap, or really they're just kind of ripping off of somebody else. And there's no long-term plan in that. And they have to do it again and again and again. And it's like, man, if they would have just dedicated towards something that was like actually sustainable, like an actual business model, that same amount of effort, they'd be way better off 5 years from now. But also, I started a Discord, Brandon and Black and Mister. If you guys do want to join and just hang out when I'm not streaming or ask questions, that's totally fine. Otherwise, r/agency is the subreddit that I own. There's like 60,000 agency owners in there. That would be a really good place to hang out, ask questions. If you have them. The only caveat with r/agency is you actually have to participate before you can post. Yeah, what Sparky said. Or Brandon. So yeah. Find a mentor. And a mentor is not someone you traditionally pay for. Usually mentors will mentor you for free, just because that is just what people who like to do business do. Coaches you pay for. No, Grant Cardone is not a mentor either. So not like these online people that you can't actually ask direct questions to are not mentors. What is going on here? in the chat that I'm gonna send it to. Here, one sec. There's nobody in it because there's like few people in it, but I just started it like yesterday. Let me I haven't posted it in my Reddit sub yet, and once I do, it'll probably blow up. Members, roles, invites. What is going on? One sec here. There it is. I don't know why I was struggling there. There you go. Toss it in Twitch for you guys too. There's a couple of questions in there that you have to answer. It's just to prevent spam. But you can just say anything, and then in the email one, you guys don't have to provide your email. Just say no, and then but that should keep most of the spam out. Mental challenges. I think that I wasn't good enough, or like it wasn't smart enough to do people's marketing for them. Like, I worked at a marketing agency for 2 years, and like that was my imposter syndrome. I just didn't want to say it because it's cliche, but yeah. I worked at an agency for like 2 years prior to starting my own, and I had like a working knowledge, and even then I still didn't feel like I was good enough to start my own business offering the service. But I think and then like even now I don't have that issue. Now it's like I recognize that the majority of business owners I deal with are not that intelligent. And they're just like me. They're just like trying to figure out how to get through day by day. The number one thing that helped me get through that is recognizing that it is not your job to know the answers. It's your job to find the answers. When you run or own a marketing agency, your product is labor and it's time, and that's what people are paying you for. They're not paying you for answers. They're paying you to do the thing that they can do on their own, because at the end of the day, literally anybody can do marketing, anybody can do web design, anybody can run an agency. All of the information out there is for free. Every single web hosting company or web design company out there has a visual builder that a fifth grader could use. Anybody can build a website. Anybody can learn. Thanks for subbing, Brandon, or following. But anybody can learn SEO. Anybody can learn social media. Anybody can learn PPC. It's all free. It's all out there. But that's what they're not paying you because you know the information. They're paying you because you're the person that is going out to find that information and get that information. The longer you do it, the more knowledgeable you become in it just naturally, and the quicker you can find those answers. And so that's the number one thing that helped me get through a lot of like the imposter syndrome, I guess. And also like some of the stuff that seems really trivial, that seems super easy, like claiming your Google business profile, which is like number one for any local service business, is like lost on business owners. I don't understand why. And like some of the things that you think are really easy and trivial are really not. And just, I don't know why. Like, don't overthink it. See, it's less about helping new fans discover their creators' VODs by turning the whole VOD library into a searchable database.
for the production team. It's for workflow, not discovery. Yeah. Yeah, but likewise, you know, as you just keep in mind, like, if one of those tools decides to switch it up and do the thing that you're doing to complement the thing that they already do, that you have enough differentiation in the market to withstand that competition. Thanks, man. I try to be as real as I can be. Brandon, I was looking at your logo on Twitch, and I got like jealous because it looks like an Overwatch logo. And I can't remember the last time I like sat down and played video games. I want to so bad. I miss being 19, man. Like I miss like 19 to like, or I guess really 18 to like 24. It's just all like just gaming all the time is so awesome. I also don't remember a lot of that time period because I spent so much time gaming that it just all ran together, which I guess is like good and bad. Like, right, it was good because I had fun, but then like at the same time, like I could recall 28 super easy because I wasn't gaming. I was just doing a lot more. But like now I think about it, I'm like, I just remember having so much fun though, like with all my friends and everything, and it was just so competitive. But now I play essentially semi-professional paintball, so I still get that like competitive vibe. It's just not in like gaming. Yeah, well, time to start building your life. You know, you'd be surprised. Most people don't even start building their life until they're in like their late 20s and early 30s. Usually people spend their 20s just screwing around. 30 is the new 20. Did you look on the bed? Oh, probably because Jack Jack's roaming around. Well, he was. Oh, no. Is it raining? Oh, no. You can't do that though. You can't. I mean, those millionaires are like the 1% of the 1% of the 1%. Like, it's super unrealistic. It's super unrealistic to find millionaires in their 20s. Like, super unrealistic. And the minute, what's the quote? Hold on. Oh, there it is. It's remember, comparison is a thief of joy. So the only person you should be comparing yourself to is you yesterday, or you in the past. Like, are you like, just be better than you were yesterday, and like that's the only thing you should compare yourself to. Otherwise, like, your life is going to be so miserable because you're always comparing yourself to and glorifying like these 17-year-old millionaires that probably just scam their way to the top or are a result of nepotism. 100% every time, dude. Systems are extremely important. But they're not things that like you can typically take from like one business and just plug into another one. Like, they're highly contingent upon how the business is structured, what the niche is, the services you're offering, the people you have in place. Like, those are things that have to grow with you. And any framework that you get is more of like mindset framework. And I hate that word mindset, but like, you have to, what we do to back it up, you have to create processes. So when you do something, you have a process, and our definition of a process is something that isn't documented. It's just something that you know you need to do. So like, when you do the laundry, that's a process, right? Process number one is you need to take the dirty clothes, you need to put them in the washer, wash them, put them in the dryer, dry them, and then fold them. That's a process. It becomes a procedure when it's documented and very clearly, like, this is how much laundry detergent you put in. This is how full you make the washer. Like, that is procedure. So yes, we have a ton of SOPs, and I'll show you this. I can't, there's a lot of sensitive information, so I can't like take the blur off, but if you zoom in here, so this is our project management tool. On the left side right here, these are all of our clients. If we go into well, no one's onboarding right now, so it's not relevant, but if we go into template management, let's go into, ignore what I'm saying, onboarding lists. Here we go. Okay, so this is like a template set of tasks for onboarding, like building a client website. When we open these to see the subtasks here, every single one of these is like, I'll read them out so you can see them here. So this is step number 2 is launch dev site and port theme. 2.1 is develop website subdomain. 2.2 is WordPress installation. 2.3 is cloning template website, and 2.4 is force HTTPS. These are all steps within the process that have been documented to create a procedure. So if I click into one of these tasks here, which would be assigned to somebody, there is a procedural documentation called 2.2 WordPress installation. Oh, this is ClickUp, by the way. But any tool will do this. You just have to set it up this way. So if you listen to our podcast, episodes like 160, I think 166 and 167, or 165 and 166 are how we have ClickUp set up. So if you go in here, like this documentation, the naming of this is the exact same naming as the task. You click into the documentation and you go in here, and it is literal step-by-step of how you install WordPress for our specific use case. Now, if we go even a step back further, I'll show you just like the amount of documentation we have. So for every task that exists in ClickUp, our project management tool, there is a corresponding piece of documentation. And that documentation has the exact same name. So you can either like search for it by whatever task you're assigned to, or it should be in the description of the task as well. So if we look in our Google Drive, we go to processes, we go to procedure documentation, we go to onboarding, and then we go to this one here. So this shows 6 folders. And then in each one of these folders, there's additional documentation. So these are all the sub steps for each one of those. So there is never like in onboarding, in this example, there's never a situation in which someone doesn't know what to do because the documentation is there and it's clearly outlined. And we have a procedure in place for what happens when the documentation doesn't align with the user interface of something that we're trying to do during this process. Then that person is supposed to tag the person who does documentation and then revise that documentation. Finally, we have a document on how to document. Sounds crazy, but we do. So I don't know. Oh, right here. So this document here is literally called how to document. That way, no matter who is documenting something, like whether it's a new task or like something we haven't run across before, there is a process for this. And so we don't want to be able to tell who documented something. We want it to be like, if you follow the rule, you won't be able to tell who documented it because it'll be so procedurally generated. It's the wrong term to use. It'll be so outlined and processed. Black. Yeah, man, exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Just don't use social media. I have to because of my business, but usually now I've like flipped the whole script on the head. Now whenever I see that, I think it's kind of funny because it's like I can tell people are putting on an act that they're not wealthy. Like these guys like taking pictures in private jets, they're not on a private jet. They're on a runway that has a private jet and they're paying for a photo shoot for it. And that's it. Like, I find it just pathetic. So like, if you can convince yourself that, then also just being on social media in general and seeing that makes it just funnier. Would it be possible to see the document for all? You mean like how to document? Yeah. Here, I'll show it. Here. This one's not too bad. Here, I'll just show it now. I can also just like screenshot it and send it to you on LinkedIn as well. Right screen. No, I don't want blur. I just want share. So this is it here. It's basically like concise description of procedure and title case. Only nest steps to provide further explanation. So this is a nested step. If the button says start now, write that instead of start now or start now. Like it's like, this is all like grammatical and being like super concise or super like on point. So it's like put punctuation outside of quotes. So like this is like making sure everything is very consistent. Format plain text like this and use white text with a black background. So this is important when we have to copy and paste text where formatting matters, like a code or an email template. This is basically important because like if you document something in a Word doc or in this case a Google Doc and then you copy it and you paste it into like a website or like an email, it'll usually paste like the HTML with it. And so this doesn't paste the HTML with it, like the way we have this formatted. There's also additional rules like official documentation has a yellow background. So that's why this is background. Like this background is yellow. If you open a document and it's white and it looks like it's documented, then it's not official. So, yeah, this is generally what it looks like, but I won't send this for too long. If you want it, let me know. I can send it to you. But again, a lot of this is just like really picky, like autistic shit Cody and I agreed upon. Thank you. But what about my documentation? What's crazy too is that like no company does this. Cody and I have worked at a lot of businesses, and we're the only agency or business that we've actually been a part of that has any sort of documentation to this degree. That's a good quote too. You're like a book of quotes today. I gotta look all mine up. I can't remember them to save my life. I'm rereading it so I remember it. But yeah, the only way for us to get out of our business is to create systems and procedures like this. Otherwise, like we won't, which is why what brings me back to like the original discussion about M&As and like $1 million businesses is like, to me, it's mind-boggling that owners are not also operating at $1 million, because like I will still be operating at $1 million. I bet I will still be operating at $2 million, just because the amount of systems you have to have in place, and then people to manage those systems, and then cash flow and like incoming revenue to take care of the people that are required to manage the systems to get you out of the operations is more than double what we're at right now, and we're not too far from $1 million. So I'm not in the M&A world, so I don't know. Like maybe people do buy at $1 million, and the owner and operators are just kind of like relatively disconnected from their businesses, and they just have good people. But our business isn't a people-based business; it's a system-based business. Oh yeah, for sure. I still think you'd probably want, yeah, an accounting firm too is like nobody really cares. I haven't found someone who's like, I really love my accountant, you know? Like our accountant's okay. He's pretty chill, but like if he sold the firm to somebody else, I wouldn't care. I don't have that much allegiance. To me, in my brain, accounting is accounting, and there's like very little you can do to like, especially as an agency, to like get a ton more like of your like ROI back. I could be wrong, but there are probably some accountants out there who are like really good at like twisting the law, but I'd rather just not twist the law. I'd rather just do things as cleanly as possible, and then I don't have to deal with it. Yeah, for sure. You mean like accounting, like as in a boring business? I mean, I feel like that's the case for everything, right? Like, when is marketing not critical? There's only like 3 businesses, right? There's boring, There's educational. So boring is like a need. Like people just generally need it throughout their entire lives. Landscaping, lawn care, like things like that. Then there's and then you have leading edge businesses like AI, which is like it just explodes through. Like nobody needed it, nobody really asked for it. It just happened, and then everybody loved it. And those are exciting and cool businesses. And then there's educational ones. So ones where it's like, and this could be the same topic, but they're ones where like nobody's asking for it, but you have to invest a lot of money into getting people like aware of it. And like those are not businesses I want to be involved in. And those are usually like charities, things like that. But not charities, not necessarily charities. Like, I don't know. I can't think, man. I can't think right now. What was one? Cody and I have dealt with a couple of these. We've met with these businesses where like, that's a cool concept. I don't see people asking for it or wanting it. And so you're going to have to spend a lot of time like and money investing in marketing for it. And not just like Google ads, but I mean like social, like pushing that out there. Or like all AI has to do is just like show their product and then the world blows up. Yeah, I mean, go for it. Like, I can't think of any mundane tasks that I have. Like, even at our size, I can't think of any mundane tasks that I would trust a VA to do. Maybe like some of like our video editing, but I personally would rather just do everything in-house rather than hire a VA. So we've never done that. Everything we do is in-house. But I know some people who I could just be stupid too. Like I don't know. I don't really know all a VA could handle and if it would really save me that much time. I don't want them answering my client emails because I think the way that I answer my clients is the reason why we have such high retention. What mundane tasks do you have in mind? For what business? A marketing business? Or, I mean, for like just to do marketing and cold calling? Like, I hate that. I think that's like what's wrong with the world. That's just a personal opinion. Like, does it work? I don't know. Probably it has to work, right? People do it all the time. I mean, I'm of the philosophy that if I were to do cold calling or email blast or anything like that, it's not something that it could just be easily outsourced to a VA. Like, you should do research on who you're, like, you should build your list and not buy it. You should build it. You should build a list. AJ, he was on our podcast a while ago, and he did a whole cold calling thing. He built his list, and he did local marketing in the Detroit area, and he was like, every person that went on his list, it was like a target, and then he would go basically stalk them, not like in a creepy way, but people would have like 10,000 people on their list, he'd have like 100, and he would get like 80% contact rates. What's up, Agent? How are you doing? Same with email blasts. Like, you should
wait until next week, Brandon. Like, next week we have an episode coming out. Actually, sorry, no, it's this week. It's this Friday. I'm probably not going to stream tomorrow because I've got to do podcast editing. But this Friday we've got an episode coming out about setters and closers, and like there is like an actual legitimate like appointment setting agency that we interview, and how they get their lists and how they contact their leads, and it's really good. You're not sure how you're doing? Well, what are you doing then? What are you up to besides watching me? Business information. What are we doing here? Sick. What kind of style? You're just gonna leave me hanging? Yeah, I've considered that. Cody and I have considered that multiple times. I don't know about. I mean, we've done it from all different angles. We were just approached actually to expand Evergrow to the UK. To have like an Evergrow like UK division, basically, not like owned by us, but not operated by us. So like we're always open to things like that and discovering new avenues, because we're in our early 30s and we're like getting to a point where like we'd rather move into like more of like investing opportunities than continuing to grow a bootstrapped agency. Because we can continue to do this for another 20 years and, you know, finally hit 6 million or 10 million in revenue. But I think I want more than that. Yeah, but truly passive income doesn't exist. Unless, like, it's a hot take. That's a hot take of the century, right? So, like, passive income exists in, like, big investments. Like, when you're, like, when that's all you are, is, like, a serial entrepreneur, you own, like, a capital investment firm. But, like, other than that, like, whether it's, like, real estate or, like, even buying into smaller businesses, like, there's no such thing as passive income, only neglected businesses. Remember that. So you might be getting some passive income, but just remember, if it's passive, it's because you're neglecting a business. And maybe that business is like sustaining itself, and that's fine too, but eventually it's not going to. And then in which case, you'll have to then step in, and then it's no longer passive, or it's no longer a neglected business, and now you're actually working on it. Dude, that sounds super healthy. What led you to
a stream of some guy working and not playing a game. Yeah, mic drop. Passive income thing grinds my gears sometimes. Not that you said it, Brandon, but like how other people say it. No, I'm not that smart. Oh, nice. Me too. Don't we all? Nobody's talking to you because you're eating a salad. Maybe you had a pizza and a beer. More people would talk to you. Yeah. Well, I had Texas Roadhouse last night and a beer. I also ran 4 miles yesterday and worked out this morning to offset that. And now I've only had 2 protein shakes today. Gotta enjoy life. Everything in moderation. Hey, thanks for the follow. I don't even. How do you say your guys' names? I would. E.G. Oh my gosh, it's one of you. I didn't even read the rest of it. I just saw, hey, honey. And then I'm like, get out of here. As we say here, where do you say that at? Are you in Texas? The Russian Federation. Yeah, dude, I'm more of a runner myself too. Like I'm trying to train for the Boston Marathon, or to get qualified for it. So I run quite a bit, but I also don't want to be like a stick, you know. So I have to like lift weights as well. Do you do a lot of bouldering, or are you more like a belay rock climber? Yeah, right. I did a lot of bouldering. Around when I started doing like agency for like marketing freelance work, 2017. Then I totally stopped. Still have like you retain the upper body strength though, like way more than like most people do. So even if you were to stop now, like 10 years from now, you'd still have a lot of it, more than like others. Climbing gyms are awesome, dude. We had one in when I was living in Kansas City called Apex Climbing Gym. That was awesome. I had like tons of bouldering. That's mostly what it was bouldering. They had like the longer routes too, and then they also had like a whole section of just Ninja Warrior, and there was like modular, so you could like create your own Ninja Warrior course. I am from. Well, if you're from the Russian Federation, then I can just say I'm from the U.S. But more specifically, I'm from Iowa, but I'm living in Illinois, kind of near Chicago. I moved all over the Midwest, though. I just moved to Chicago from Minneapolis 4 months ago. My wife got a promotion, so she was working at she's a cosmetics executive in Minneapolis. Then she got a promotion to the Chicago market, which is why we moved here. And then we met in Kansas City. So I had moved down away from Iowa, and then moved to Kansas City, Missouri, and that's where we met. She moved from northern Arkansas, and then when we started dating, we both decided to move to Minneapolis. Really for no other reason other than we were just kind of done with Kansas City. And so that's why. But it's also why it's nice owning a remote agency, is because I can go anywhere I want and nothing is restricting me. And so which means I can follow her dreams. What is a monopolist? I have to Google what that means. Oh, monopolist. I was putting the wrong emphasis on it. I don't know what you're trying to say. I'll guess. I'll say we are career-oriented people. Probably not doing, like, the biggest mistake we made in our agency is probably not doing, like, more content or video content earlier on. I think we've talked about this before. At least it's been, like, a relatively new development of what we've kind of understood about ourselves. But to be honest, we haven't made like a lot of mistakes. We're really risk adverse, and we try not to make mistakes in the first place. Mostly because Cody and I come from marketing agencies, like in our background, so we already know, like out there, what the big mistakes are. There is another mistake though, which was early on we productized our services into what we thought was like good packages. But so we had like a good, better, best, which is what most people do. But like our good was like our base package, which we called the Green Startup back then, which is what we call the foundation now. That was great. That was awesome. We did so good with that. But then
the better and best, there really wasn't even a best. It was just like, if you have enough money, we'll take it and figure out what to do with it. But the better was not equally as good as the good. So like if someone pays $500 for good and they pay $1,500 for best or for better, then they would expect to get 3 times the results, and that was just not how it worked out. The second package required more labor, but that labor didn't produce an equal amount of results. And I think early on that was our biggest mistake. So now whenever we like go and find a new service to offer, we test it and prove it and make sure it's repeatable and that the results that it produces is equal to the cost of a service that's already killing it. And that prevents us from falling into that trap again. Well, that sounds sad. You're really happy with your genetic illness? What direction did you go, I guess, that made you happy? Well, that's cool, man. To each their own. I don't know anything about Orthodox or monks, except they're kind of cool. I don't know what that is. What's a drink water reward? What is what's a hydrate reward? I don't know. In Twitch you get channel points you can redeem. This is all my first stream was on a Saturday, which was coincidentally the first day I signed up for Twitch. Oh, that's cool. That's actually really cool. I like that. That's super cool because I don't drink water at all. Oh, okay. My wife just yelled into the room. What? I guess on Twitch there's like points I can get, or I can they're channel points that I can redeem, or that like people can redeem on here, and when they like redeem them through chat or whatever, I have to drink water. They're like hydrate points. And I was just saying that was cool because I don't drink water. It'd be funny if chat forced me to drink it. Suddenly she's a proponent of streaming. Posture checks? Oh, dude. Man, this could be good for my health. Thoughts on self-help books? I mean, yeah, go for it. I don't mind them at all. I like I had a whole self-help phase in like 2019, really 2017 to 2019, almost 2020ish, and yeah, I like self-help. I don't read any of them now. I am the self-help. Yeah, I could see that. My brother did something like that. He was a police officer in our hometown, and then he quit to become a pastor, and then basically just kind of live extremely poor. Probably not as poor as an Orthodox monk, but very similar. You ready for that? How does one get ready for that? What pushes you over the edge to decide to do that?
The Shure MV7. It has a micro USB to USB-C plug, so you can just plug it into like a laptop or a computer, which is what mine was. Except I'm using an XLR cable because it has both options, and it's going into. I don't know if I can show you on camera. It's going into. How is it like just out of frame? It's crazy. An XLR interface. This was like $30. Because I was positioning my microphone when it was the USB, and it like broke. Like the thing, like the USB slot went inside of the microphone. So I quickly bought an XLR cable and then that thing so I could use this microphone because it's like a $200 some mic. I want the Shure SMB7, but I can't justify it. Yeah, it sounds like you're headed down the right path, though, for you. Like what you were saying about your illness, too, is making sense for where you want to go. I wouldn't even say that's when they gained popularity. I mean, they were gaining popularity back in like the late 90s and early 2000s. They come and go in waves. Usually around like economic downturns. After the dot-com crash, and then after 2008, and then COVID. Oh, God. Andrew Tate. A name I never wanted to hear again. I feel bad for people who buy into that, like legitimately. It's always like, this is weird too, because the audience that I'm supposed to attract is supposed to be like on the cusp of like people who like Andrew Tate, but I absolutely don't. And like I think how he gets so many people is that like he says like the craziest crap ever, and then he says like a few logical things that are like super logical, and then it's like, well, then the crazy stuff doesn't sound as crazy, and maybe there's truth to that, but it's all crazy. I'll be right back. Water. Yeah, it's always young people. I'm sure if I was younger, I might have been more impressionable too. I know I would have been, actually. And that's what's scary. Also, I will probably wrap the stream up in like 9 minutes. It's 4 o'clock my time. That's a good time to hang out with my wife and take a break. I like haven't gotten up from the seat since like 8 a.m. My chair smells like butt. Brand depends on who you ask. It'd be nice. I don't know if it's gonna happen though. I think we're both like really career oriented. So who knows? As of right now, no plans. I got my hands full of 3 dogs and a cat. These are all good questions. I'd say the top 3 traits or skills for successful people would be a willingness to learn. This is all gonna sound super corny, and I get it. And like I used to hear this stuff when I was younger too, and be like, "This is stupid." But like the more that I like learn and grow, good. The more that I learned and grew, the more I realized like a lot of this stuff is like, even though it's corny, it's like actual legitimate. But a willingness to learn and grow. So like really like learn new things and not just take advantage of new things, but actually learn them. The next one I would say would be to ask questions. So one, it's twofold. Don't be afraid to ask questions. I mean, I don't think you even need this advice. Like you know this. But like, yeah, don't be afraid to ask questions. Not just to things that you don't know, like, or that seem obvious, because some people don't want to ask questions because they think it's a dumb question or they're stupid for asking. Don't. I say, like, people say words all the time, and I have to stop them and say, what does that mean? The next thing, or the other part of that too is like, especially with the advent of AI, like when you're asking it questions on like how to do this or like, you know, what's this step, and it tells you, like, don't be afraid to say why. Like why is that important? And I actually learn. It goes back to number 1, like actually learn. And then the third thing, where I find the most build people up. I think that'd be the last one, is like, it's never about you. Don't be afraid to be the dumbest person in the room. Like, your job as a entrepreneur or like someone who's successful is you build other people up, so they can help make your life easier just by all being a team and working together. But the other thing about doing that too is like with our team is Cody and I spend a lot of time building people up. So when they take on work and they feel confidence in themselves, we can then offload our work onto them, and we can be confident in their ability to do that and not just take on all the work ourselves, because we have this weird mindset that just says, well, no one can do it as good as us. Well, if you build people up to do it as good as you, or to care about the work, then they can absolutely do that, which means you could spend more of your time doing other things. So build people up. Yeah, just success vibes, bro. That's all you need. Dream vacation, the moon. Uh I don't know, man. Going to space would be cool. But like on Earth. It's probably it's hard to say. I'd probably do just Italy, Paris, all of that. It's weird for me because like none of these vacations are like dream vacations. Or maybe Antarctica. Antarctica could be cool. I'd love to go there because it's like 10 grand a person. And that's not for fun, right? That's for experience. I want to experience that. Vacations to like Europe or Asia or like, you know, South America or wherever, like I'm at a point in my life, the agency that I built allows me to travel and do these things. And those aren't really like dreams for me. I just like, if we want to do that, we just do it. We set a date and a time and a year and we go. Like, we were in Japan and South America last year or the year before that. And then this year we were in Portugal in April. And so there's not a lot of like dreams I have. I just like, it's more of like a to-do list, I guess. Just kind of sad in a different way. But I want to, wherever I go on a vacation, I want to do things. I want to experience things. I want to experience life. I'm not a vacationer that just wants to sit on a beach and get drunk. Like that sounds like the least ideal vacation in my mind. Mr. Man, I don't know. This is stream number 3. So I don't really have a schedule. I know I probably won't be on tomorrow. I might be. What I'm trying to find the balance between is like streaming and just kind of like building this channel and this community, and like actually doing deep work while I'm doing it. And tomorrow is going to be a lot of video editing for the podcast. The challenge with that is I don't know if it's necessarily good streaming content for you guys just to hear my like the raw audio of our podcast for, 3 hours while I'm editing it. So that is probably not ideal. And then what I was thinking last night too is I was struggling to create the separation and the barrier between like work and streaming. And like, if I want to do deep work, can I do it when I'm streaming? And if I can do it when I'm streaming and I find streaming fun, which I do, will I become dependent on streaming in order to do deep work? Or will I sit there without streaming and then think to myself, man, I wish I had people to engage with? Because I don't want to get to that point either. So I'm really trying to find like the balance of what's healthy and like what's a good schedule. So hope that makes sense. I do plan to like set up a bot though, probably today or tomorrow in my in the Discord that I put in the chat of like when I'm going live. That way you don't have to rely on like Twitch or YouTube or Kick or wherever you're at. You're on Twitch, but to like get that notification. Oh, sweet. My dad lives in Des Moines. West Des Moines, actually. Des Moines is a cool place. My wife and I said that we could move there if we had to. The other thing that's challenging with my streams too is like she works sometimes from home, and sometimes she goes to work, and like she worked from home today, and sometimes it's really nice because like she can pop in and say hi, and I can pop out and say hi, and we can just do things throughout the day. When I stream, I feel like I can't do that. Like I don't want to just like leave you guys on like with like an empty chair with some lo-fi. Maybe you're happy with that, but I feel more obligated to be in my desk and actually working, which kind of aids the deep work balance, where I'm like, okay, I can do deep work because I feel obligated to be in my seat. But I felt like even though we're both like working today, like she's working in her office and I'm working in mine, I felt a little bit disconnected from her, and I don't particularly like that. So my stream schedule might just line up with when she goes into work, which is like half the week. Financial freedom, man. That's the only monetary goal for me. We're almost there. We got a lot of it paid off when we had to sell our house. But there isn't like a number. There isn't like I know Cody's number. If you ever listen to the podcast, 2.5 million in Vanguard, the index fund, and he can just live off the rest of his life for that. But yeah, I don't really have one. I just want to keep building the thing that I got and then be just happy. I want to do the things that I want to do and not have to worry about, budget or things like that. Sorry, I wish I had a better number for you. Still think Evergrow being an 8-figure business would be sweet. Yeah, what Ancient said. You are success. Well, Brandon, knowing where you're at, I would just say keep growing entrepreneurially. It doesn't matter what the business is, but it seems like you've got like a really good idea of like you just wanting to kind of be in business, whether that's like marketing or ads for this realty company or like M&As. Like it's all business oriented, and it seems like you really like that. So just keep learning that, and you don't really have to own the business if you don't want to, but knowing business or being kind of like a consultant in that area too is cool too. Yeah, Mr. Man, thanks for hanging out. It was fun. I liked your comments. If you're not in that Discord, join it. I don't know if you are or not, but join that. Keep up to dates on the stream notifications. Also, Brandon, yeah, keep asking questions. Like you're the only person that just like randomly called me and just talked to me and just asked the questions that nobody else was asking. So keep that. Yeah. Okay. So I've been telling my wife that because like when we moved to Chicago, we left behind our house and sold it, and like it was very emotional, and we were faced with a lot of the like, is this the right move to make? And don't we give it to him? Jax, go. Can you go, buddy? Sorry, had to feed my cat. And we just have to keep repeating to ourselves that there's no growth in comfortability. As soon as you get comfortable, you're not gonna grow, and some like that's okay for some people, and let it happen. Like if that's you, but if you are wanting to grow, you have to get uncomfortable. You have to move. You got to get poor again. You gotta do the uncomfortable things. You gotta leave friends behind. You gotta leave coworkers behind. You gotta sell your house. You gotta do all this. None of it's fun. We bought our house in less than 3 years. We had to sell it again. That idea did not sound fun to me at all. But then I thought of the thing that comforted me was, well, we're not the only people in the world to have to do this. Other people have figured it out, and I'm not dumber than those people. So that gave me comfort in that. But then the idea also was, but this is the path to growth. This whole situation is uncomfortable, but this is the path to growth. Ancient, we sell SEO, digital marketing for landscaping and lawn care businesses, as well as web development services. So mostly SEO, PPC, social media, things like that. And then we build websites specifically in the landscaping and lawn care industry. Yeah, man, I'd love to hear about it. All right, guys, I'm gonna tune out for today. Yeah, I would say Ancient, if you wanna talk more, you wanna pop in, give the channel a follow. But for everybody else, thanks for hanging out. I'll see you again soon.